Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And coming up are the 2025 Masters Sprint Games. But first, please rise, if you can, and remove your caps as Olu Sijuwade performs the United States National Anthem. Thank you, Olu. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday's performances were just amazing. What I'd like to do right now is recognize 3 world records that were posted yesterday. They were all in the women's division. Our first world record posted by Gordon Cepuran in the ladies 60 to 64 division with a 500-meter time of 44.96. Congratulations. And the other 2 world records were posted by the same person, Judith Smuter, representing the United States in the ladies 75 to 79 division with a 500-meter time of 50.83 and a world record time in the 1,000 meters with a time of 1:40.40. And I would like to apologize, Gerdien Verde from the Netherlands. All right. We will start racing in about 5 minutes. Two minutes to start. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin the women's 500-meter pairings. And at the line is pair number 1. And starting on the inner lane out of Mongolia is Purevma Magsar. Starting on the outer out of Mongolia, Delgermunk Bulgars Suran.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now underway with pair number 1. On the outer is Delgermunk Bulgasuran. She is in the ladies women's 45 to 49 division and is ranked first. And Purev Ma Magsar in the 65 division is ranked third through yesterday's results. This is Delgermunk. Bulgasuran closing in on the finish. And now the finish with a time of 59.06. And here comes Puruvma, ranked first. Ranked third in her division, And now with the finish and a time of 1:18.43. Ready to begin pair number 2. Starting on the inner lane out of Norway, Susan Stensvåg. Starting on the outer out of the United States, Joanna Walters. Now underway with pair number 2. On the inner is Susan Stensvåg, currently ranks 7th in her division, and Joanna Walters ranked 2nd in the 75 to 79 division. Susan now in the corner, rounding the apex. This is the skater out of Norway. Let's give her a nice round of applause. She rounds the corner into the home stretch, closing in on the finish. She is in the ladies 50 to 54 division. And now the finish with a time of 1:38. And now here comes Joanna with the finish and a time of 1:08.77. And at the start line is pair number 3. Starting on the inner, representing Canada, Jan Zurcher. And starting on the outer, representing Mongolia, Erden Atuya Nambu. Go to start. Pair 3 now underway. Jan Zurcher on the inner is currently ranked 2nd in her division, and Erden Etuya is ranked 2nd in her division as well. Jan now entering corner number 3. Jan in the women's 70 to 74 division. Skater out of Canada, here she comes into the home stretch. And on the inner is Erden Etuya Nambu in the women's 65 to 69 division. As Jan posts a finish of 59.78, and Erden Etuya Nambu with a time of 102.54. Ready to begin pair number 4. Starting on the inner lane, representing Norway, Ingunn Sandu. Starting on the outer, representing Mongolia, Altanseg Lovsang El Kava.
Go to start.
All right, now underway with pair number 4. As Ingunn Sandu opened up on the inner with a time of 15.23, and Altanseg with a time of 17.16. Now Ingunn is ranked 6th in the women's 60 to 64 division, and Altanseg is ranked 3rd in the women's 70 to 74 division after 1 day's results. Here come our skaters. This is Ingunn Sandu out of Norway, closing in, and Altanseg Lovsang El Kava on the inner. And here come our skaters with Sandu posting a time at 58.30. And Lovsang El Kava posted a time of 101.75. At the start line is pair number 5. Starting on the inner, representing Norway, Trine Lansom. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Gretchen Hauer.
Go to start.
Pair 5 now underway. As Trine Lansom out of Norway on the inner opens up with a time of 14.72, and Gretchen Hauer representing the United States with an opener of 15.62. Trine currently ranked 4th after 1 day's results in the women's 55 to 59, and Gretchen is ranked 1st in the 65 to 69 division. And here comes Trine Lansom, skater out of Norway. About 50 meters to go, closing in. Here she comes. And now the finish with a time of 53.71. And here comes Gretchen, closing in with the finish and a time of 102.58. And at the start line is pair number 6. Starting on the inner, representing the United States, Judith Smuter. Starting on the outer, representing Mongolia, Dogasuren Namesray. right, ladies and gentlemen, pair number six is underway, and this pair features the world record holder in 2 events, 500 and 1,000, with Judith opened up at the time at 13.46. We have skater go down. Judith posted a world record yesterday in her division with an amazing time of 50.83. Here she comes. This is Judith Cepuran. Posted a world record yesterday. Let's see how this shakes out as she closes in on the finish. And now the finish, and ladies and gentlemen, unofficially, Judith Cepuran just posted another world record, and we skater on the track. This is Gordon Cepuran, name's right. And now the finish with a time of 1:15.00. At the start line is pair number 7. And starting on the inner, representing the United States, Elise Brenich. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Kate Stewart.
Go to the start.
Pair 7 underway. Both these skaters are in the women's 60 to 64 division, with Elise opening up with a time of 13.41, Kate 14.07. And after one day's results, Elise is ranked 4th and Kate is ranked 5th. Elise now rounding corner number 4 into the home stretch. Elise closing in. And now with the finish, it's Elise posting a time of 49.64 and Kate with a time of 53.51. At the start line is pair number 8. Starting on the inner, representing Canada, Genevieve Provence. And starting on the outer, representing USA, Mary Murphy.
Go to the start.
This is pair 8. With Genevieve open up on the inner with a time of 13.24 and Mary with a time of 13.67. And Genevieve in the women's 50 to 54 is currently ranked 4th, and Mary in the 30 to 34 is ranked 2nd after yesterday's results. Skaters are now in the corner. Here's the exit with Genevieve on the outer, Mary on the inner. Here they come, with Genevieve posting a time of 49.56 and Mary with a time of 50.53. At the start line is pair number 9. Starting on the inner, representing Japan, Chihiko Kato. And on the outer, representing Germany, Katrine Lechner.
Go to the start. Ready.
There are 9 underway, with Chihiko open up with a time of 13.01 and Katrine with a time of 13.94. And Chihiko Kato in the women's 60 to 64 division is ranked 3rd, and Katrine in the 50 to 55 to 59 is ranked 3rd. Here comes Chihiko Kato on the outer. Skater representing Japan, now closing in on the finish. And here is the finish with a time of 47.72, and Katrine with a time of 50.52. And at the start line is pair number 10. Starting on the inner, representing the Netherlands, Henrietta Gouda. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Julie Gehring.
Go to the start. Ready.
Pair 10 now underway. With Henrietta open up with a time of 13.37, Julie with a time of 13.59. And Henrietta in the 55 to 59 division is ranked 2nd, and Julie in the 30 to 34 division is ranked 1st. Here come our skaters. With Henrietta closing in. Skater on the outer out of the Netherlands. And on the inner is Julie Gehring, with Henrietta posting a time of 47.41 and Julie with a time of 49.28. And ready to begin pair number 11. Starting on the inner, representing the United States, Tori Carter. And starting on the outer, representing the United States, Leah Pickett Doty.
Go to the start. Ready.
This is pair number 11. With Leah open up with a time of 12.67, the fastest opener. Tori, the second fastest opener, 12.98. And after 1 day of events, Tori in the 35 to 39 division is ranked first, and Leah in the same division is ranked second. Here come our skaters. About 50 meters to go as they sprint to the finish, and it's Leah posting a time of 47:46 and Tori with a time of 47:31. Ready to begin pair number 12. Starting on the inner lane, representing Japan, Tomoka Wakazuki. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Barb Johnson.
Go to start. Red.
Now underway with pair number 12. With Wakazuki open up with the second fast open, 12.89. Barb, fifth fastest opener, 13.17. Tomo Wakazuki in the 40 to 44 division is ranked fifth, and Barb in the 70 to 74 division is ranked first. Is Tomo Wakazuki on the outer, skater out of Japan, closing in on the finish with a time of 47:09 for Tomo Wakazuki, and Barb Johnson with a time of 48:33. Ready to begin pair number 13. Starting on the inner lane, representing Norway, Renata Jepsen. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Wendy Vanderham.
Go to start. Red.
This is pair number 13 underway. Skaters out of Norway and the Netherlands, with Wendy opening up with a time of 12.41 and Renata with a time of 12.67. Both these skaters are in the same division, 50 to 54, with Wendy Vanderham ranked second and Renata Jepsen ranked third. Here come our skaters. It's the Dutch skater on the inner, Wendy Vanderham, with that finish of 45.64. That's a top-ranked time, with Renata Jepsen, 46.28, the second-ranked time. And ready to begin pair number 14. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Natalie Rodrigue Hasselbeck. Starting on the outer, representing the Netherlands, Monique Boerema.
Go to start. Red.
This is pair 14. Three more pairs remain. We've got skaters representing the United States and Netherlands in this pair, with Natalie open up with a time of 12.68 and Monique with a time of 13.05. And Natalie in the 50 to 54 division is ranked first, and Monique in the 60 to 64 division is ranked second. Here come our skaters. It's Natalie on the outer, Monique on the inner, with Natalie posting the top ranked time with a time of 45.58, and Monique Burama with a time of 46.49. Ready to begin pair number 15. Starting on the inner lane, representing Germany, Theresa Schneider. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Gerdien Verwij.
Go to the start. Ready. All start. Power lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now underway with pair number 15. It's Theresa Schneider out of Germany, open up on the fastest open time, 11.90, and Gerdien Verwij on the outer, out of the Netherlands with a 12.63. And I need to remind you, is Gerdien that posted a world record yesterday in the 60 to 64 division with a time of 44.96. Here come our skaters. Theresa Schneider on the outer. Gerdien Verwij on the inner as they close in on the finish. With Theresa posting a time of 44.81. That's the top ranked time through 15 pairs, with Gerdien Verwij with a time of 45.10. Ready to begin pair number 16. Starting on the inner lane, representing Germany, Katrien Zemusch. Starting on the outer, representing the Netherlands, Linda van der Lava van Dijk.
Ready.
Second to last pair is underway. Skater out of Germany open up on the inner. This Katrien Zemusch with a time of 12.23, and out of the Netherlands on the outer was 12.66 by Linda Daverladava van Dijk. Now, Katrien in the 55 to 54 division is ranked first, and Linda in the 40 to 44 division is ranked third. It's Katrien on the outer, Linda on the inner. Here they come, closing in on the finish. And it's Katrien Zemusch with a time of 44.93, the second ranked time, and Linda van Dijk with a time of 45.13. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin our final pair. Pair number 17. Starting on the inner, representing the United States, Melissa Dahlman. And starting on the outer, representing the United States, Charisse Wilkins. Here come our skaters closing in on the opening 100 meters with Charisse Wilkins open up with a time of 12.06 and Melissa with a time of 12.32. And after day one, both these skaters are in the 40 to 44 division. Charisse is ranked second and Melissa is ranked first. Skaters are in the corner. Now rounding corner number 4 into the home stretch. They are now side by side with Melissa on the outer, Charisse on the inner as they close in on the finish. And it's Melissa posting the top ranked time with a time of 43.09 and Charisse Wilkins the second ranked time with a time of 43.42. We are ready to begin the men's 500-meter pairings. And skating will resume at 9:35 to start. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin the men's 500-meter pairings. And at the start line is pair number 1. And representing Canada is Brett Arneson.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now underway with pair number 1. This is Brett Arneson. Brett now in the backstretch. Here comes Brett, skater out of Canada, closing in. And Brett with the finish and a time of 53.97. And ready to begin, pair number 2. And starting on the inner lane, representing Japan, Sumio Nishio. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Joe Kranick.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now underway with pair number 2. As Joe Kranick open up on the outer with a time of 13.71. Joe representing the United States. And Sumio Nishio open up with a time of 19.01. Now, Joe is in the 50 to 54 division, and Sumio, this is amazing, he's in the 80 to 84 division. This is Joe. Local skater closing in, about 50 meters to go. And now the finish with Joe posting a time of 50.32. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Sumio Nishio. He is in the 80 to 84 division. This is just amazing as he closes in on the finish. Sumio Nishio now with the finish and a time of 1:17.83. And at the start line is pair number 3, excuse me. Starting on the inner is David Vogel. And starting on the outer, representing Japan, Takeshi Ochi. This is Takiochi. Open up on the outer. This is a skater out of Japan. Opens up with a time of 17.83. Takachi is in the 80 to 84 division. Takachi ranked 4th. There are 5 skaters in the 80 to 84 division. Quite amazing. Here he comes. Takiochi closing in. Let's give him a nice round of applause as he's got 50 meters to go. Coming up to the finish, and the finish with a time of 1:12.59. Ready to begin. Pair number 4. Starting on the inner, representing Japan, Hideo Suzawa. Starting on the outer, representing Mongolia, Gordon Cepuran.
Go to the start. Ready.
This is pair number 4 that's underway. With Hideo, open up with a time of 17.89. And Gordon opens up with a time of 21:07. Now, Hideo Suzawa is in the 80 to 84 division and is ranked 3rd. This is quite a division. There's 5 skaters in this division. And in the 60 to 64 division, there's 13 skaters. Here comes Hideo Suzawa closing in. Give him a nice round of applause. This is fantastic performance as Hideo posts a time of 106.88. Here comes Gordon with the finish and a time of 117.65. And ready to begin pair number 5. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Gary Groen. And starting on the outer lane, representing Japan, Suniyori Tomirani.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right, we are underway with pair 6. Gary Groen, representing the United States, opens up with a time of 14.88. And Sumi Yuri opens up with a time of 15.77. Sumi Yuri out of Japan is in the 75 to 79 division, and Gary also in the 75 to 79 division. This is a very big division as well. There's 6 skaters in this division. The skaters are side by side. Look at this. Both these skaters 70 to 75. Let's give them a nice round of applause. And up next is pair number 6. Starting on the inner lane, representing Japan, Kazuo Momose. And starting on the outer lane, representing Japan, Shugiru Ikeda.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Shigeru opens up with a time of 13.77. Kazuo opens up with a time at 15.29. And Kazuo Momose is in the 80 to 84 division and is ranked second in this highly competitive division. And in the 70 to 74 division, Shigeru. Here comes our skaters. This is Shigeru Ikeda in the 70-74 division, now closing in on the finish with a time of 53.29. That's the second ranked time. And Kazuo Momose with a finish of 57.09. Ready to begin pair number 7. And starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Mark Nolan. And starting on the outer, representing Mongolia, Jalba Bougie. And it's Bougie opens up with a time at 15.24 and Nolan with a time at 15.20. And Jalba Bougie is in the 80 to 84 division. As I stated, a highly competitive division with 5 skaters, and he is ranked first. And Mark Nolan in the 70 to 74 division. All right, this is Mark Nolan on the outer, out of the United States, now to Mongolia. It's Jalba Bougie with Mark Nolan closing in. And Mark Nolan with a finish of 55.88, and Jalba Bougie with a time of 57.14. Ready to begin pair number 8. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Bob Dvorak. And starting on the outer, representing the United States, Paul Podayat. Here come our skaters. Bob Dvorak open up on the inner with a time of 14.16. And Paul Podayat on the outer opens up with a time of 14.56. In the men's 70-74 division, Bob Dvorak is ranked third, and that's the skater on the outer. On the inner is Paul Podayat, with Bob with the finish and a time of 52.32, and Paul with the finish and a time of 55.58. 10:03 to start of skating. 10:03 to start of skating.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be picking back up with the men's 500 meters. This is pair number 9, starting on the inner lane, representing Norway, Frode Nordahl. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Ton van Helden.
Go to the start. Ready.
Nordahl's in the Masters 45 group, Van Helden in the Masters 75. Nordahl opening with a 14.5, Van Helden with a 14.67. Yesterday, Nordahl skated a 53.09. Van Helden had a 56.93. Here they come onto the home stretch. It'll be Nordahl on the outer, Van Helden on the inner. Nordahl at the line with a 53.03, improves on yesterday's time. Van Helden with a 57.41. Nordahl moves into third place on the board through 9 pairs. Sorry. Up next is pair number 10. Starting on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Bauke Mayer. Starting on the outer lane, representing Japan, Tadashi Kondo.
Ready.
Mayer's in the Masters 75 classification. Kondo, the Masters 70. Mayer opening with a 13.73. Kondo with a 13.78. Mayer skated a 51.56 yesterday. Kondo had a 54.57 as they head on to the backstretch. Exiting the final turn, it'll be Mayer on the outer, Kondo on the inner. They're side by side coming down the home stretch, looking to improve on their times from yesterday. And at the line, it'll be Mayer posting a 52.89. Kondo with a 52.98, nearly a second and a half faster than yesterday. That puts them at third and fourth, respectively, through 10 pairs. Up next is pair number 11. Starting on the inner lane, representing Germany, Frank Günther. Starting on the outer lane, representing Japan, Tomomatsu Misawa.
Go to the start. Ready.
Günther's in the Master 60, and so is Misawa. Günther, fastest opener at 13.31. Misawa, 14.62. Yesterday, Günther posted a 52.02. 52.08. Misawa had a 52.67. Gunter on the outer, Misawa on the inner. Gunter looking to crack the 50-second mark. Gunter at the finish, 50.1, improves on yesterday's time by almost a full 2 seconds. Misawa with a 53.03. Gunter goes to the top of the board through 11 pairs. Up next is pair number 12. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Daniel Green. Starting on the outer lane, representing Mongolia, Dagvadorj Jimadorj.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both skaters in this pair are in the Masters 60 classification. Jimadorj opening with a 13.44, Green with a 13.96. Green skated a 50.78 yesterday. Jimadorj had a 50.97. Heading into the final turn, when they come onto the home stretch, it'll be Green on the outer, Jimadorj on the inner. Jimadorj at the line. Set a new top time with a 49.92. Green with the fourth fastest time with a 51.69. Jimadorj going a second faster than yesterday as he sets the top time through 12 pairs. Up next is pair number 13. Starting on the inner lane, representing Canada, Lorenz Magloire. Starting on the outer lane, representing the United States, Vince Morris.
Go to the start. Thank you. Ready.
Magloire's in the Masters 60s classification, Morris in the Masters 75. Magloire opening with a 13.69, Morris with a 14.58. Magloire skated a 48.67 in yesterday's 500. Morris had a 51.11. Magloire coming out of the final turn on the outer. Morris will be on the inner lane. Magloire looking to set a new top time. Coming up to the finish. Magloire posts a new top time with a 48.23, improving on yesterday's time. Morris will post a 52.74. That puts him at 7th through 13 pairs. Up next is pair number 14. Starting on the inner lane, representing Japan, Tsuyoshi Murayama. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Erwin Henskes.
Go Go to the start. Ready.
Both skaters in this pair in the Masters 65 classification. Murayama, second fastest opener at 13.43. Henskes with a 14.05. Murayama skated a 48.41 yesterday. Henskes had a 49.65. Murayama on the outer, Henskes on the inner. Murayama looking to set a new top time, coming up to the line. Murayama, second fastest time with a 48.47. Henskes with a 49.66. That puts him at third on the board, just 100 slower than yesterday's time. Up next is pair number 15. Starting on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Kees Langeveld. Starting on the outer lane, representing Norway, pair Gunnar Stensvag. Both skaters in this pair in the Master 65 classification. Langeveld opening with a 13.39. Stensvag with a 13.35. Langeveld had a 47.42 yesterday. Stensvag had a 48.92. Here they come onto the home stretch. It's Stensvag on the inner, Langeveld on the outer. Stensvag with a new top time with a 47.45. Faster by almost a second and a half than yesterday. Langeveld with a 47.48 goes into second, just 6/100ths off the time set by yesterday. Fantastic pair there for the Masters 65 classification. Up next is pair number 16. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Kevin Featherstone. Starting on the outer lane, representing the United States, Bruce Anderson. Featherstone's in the Masters 40 class. Anderson in the Masters 60. Featherstone fastest opener at 12.34. Anderson second fastest at 13.27. Featherstone skated a 46.45 yesterday. Anderson had a 46.69. See if we'll have a new set of leaders after this pair. Featherstone will be on the outer, Anderson on the inner as they come out of the final turn. It's Featherstone leading the pair. Featherstone at the line. New top time with a 45.94. A half-second improvement over yesterday as he goes to the top of the board. Anderson with a 46.7, just 100 slower than yesterday. Excellent performance from pair number 16. Up next is pair number 17. Starting on the inner lane, representing Japan, Takafumi Osumi. Starting on the outer lane, representing Mongolia, San Sarbilig Bold.
Go to the start. Ready.
Osumi with the fastest opener at 11.81, Bold third fastest at 12.68. Osumi's in the Masters 50 class, Bold is in the Masters 45. Osumi skated a 43.64 yesterday, Bold had a 46.03. Osumi will be on the outer, Bold on the inners. They come onto the home stretch. Osumi looking to set the new top time coming to the line. Osumi, new fastest time with a 43.93. Bold, second fastest with a 45.48. Bold going a half a second faster than yesterday's time. Up next is pair number 18. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Martin Hera. Starting on the outer lane, representing Mongolia, Bazarsad Batsuri.
Go to the start. Ready.
Hera's in the Master 60 classification. Batsuri's in the Master 35. Batsuri, second fastest opener at 11.97. Hera, fifth fastest at a 12.97. Batsuri skated a 44.37 yesterday. Hera had a 45.25. It'll be Hera on the outer, Batsuri on the inner, coming onto the home stretch. It's the Mongolian leading the pair. We'll see where he stops the clock as he hits the line. Batsuri with the second fastest time with a 44.72. Hera with a 45.5. That puts Batsuri at second, Hera at fourth on the board through 18 pairs. Up next is pair number 19. Starting on the inner lane, representing Canada, Kunio Suyohara. Starting on the outer lane, representing Canada, Bob Irvine.
Ready.
Suyohara's in the Masters 45 classification. He opens at 11.91. Irvine opens at 12.29. Irvine in the Masters 70 classification. Suyohara skated a 44.22 yesterday. Irvine had a 44.2. Suyohara will be on the outer, Irvine on the inner. Suyohara leading at the finish. He'll post a new top time with a 43.59, improving on yesterday by almost half a second. Irvine with a 44.5 moves to third on the board. Up next in pair number 2, in pair number 20, starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Joshua Creeder. Starting on the outer lane, representing the United States, Matt Trimble.
Go to the start. Ready.
Creeder opens with a 12.34, Trimble with a 12.51. Creeder's in the Masters 35 group, Trimble in the Masters 60. Yesterday, Creeder skated a 44.26, Trimble skated a 43.82. It'll be Creeder on the outer, Trimble on the inner. Trimble leading the pair as they come up to the finish. Trimble posts the third fastest time with a 44.17. Creeder, the sixth fastest at a 44.73. Up next is pair number 21, starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Paul Good. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Victor Vandenhoff.
Go to the start. Ready.
Good skating in the Masters 45 classification. Vandenhoff in the Masters 70 classification. Good opening with a 12.66. Vandenhoff with a 12.26. Good skated a 44.31 yesterday. Vandenhoff skated a 43.91. When they come onto the home stretch, it'll be Good on the outer, Vandenhoff on the inner. Here they come. It's Vandenhoff leading onto the home stretch. Vandenhoff with a 44.22. Good stops the clock at 44.03. Vandenhoff posting the fourth fastest time through 21 pairs. Up next is pair number 22, starting on the inner lane, representing Mongolia, Munkdorj Guntamar. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Harry Paradijs.
Go to the start. Ready.
Guntemer with the fastest opener at 11.79. Paradise, third fastest, 11.84. Guntemer's in our Masters 30 class. Paradise in the Masters 45. Guntemer is skated a 43.23 yesterday. Paradise had a 41.16. Guntemer will be on the outer, Paradise on the inner. Paradise going to take the pair, and he'll stop the clock with a new top time of 41.48. Guntemer with a 43.05 improves on yesterday's time by a tenth and a half, moving into second place through 22 pairs. Two-minute delay for ice repair. Skaters, just a quick reminder, once racing has concluded for you today, please remember to return your transponders. Once your racing has concluded for the day, please remember to return your transponders. And now we are ready to resume with pair number 23. Starting on the inner lane, representing Canada, Alan Uwat. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Herben Heddinga.
Go to the start.
Uwat's in our Masters 65 class, Heddinga's in our Masters 55. Uwat fastest opener at 11.73. Heddinga with a 12.08. Uwat skated a 43.63 yesterday. Heddinga had a 43.48. Uwat on the outer, Heddinga on the inner. At the finish, Heddinga third fastest time with a 43.27, faster than yesterday. Uwat posting a 43.84. That's fifth through 23 pairs. Up next is pair number 24. Starting on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Art Van Buzakam. Starting on the outer lane, representing the United States, Marquivas Humphrey.
Start. Ready.
Van Buzakam's in our Masters 55 class. Humphreys in our Master 35. Humphrey at the fastest opener, 11.43. Van Buzakam, 12.05. Humphrey skated a 41.991 yesterday. Van Buzakam had a 43.75. It'll be Humphrey on the inner, Van Buzakam on the outer as they come onto the home stretch. It's Humphrey leading the pair. Humphrey at the line posts the second fastest time at a 42 flat. Van Buzakam posts a 43.95, just 0.2 off of yesterday's time. Up next is pair number 25. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Jeff Terwilliger. Starting on the outer lane, representing Canada, Grant Fox.
Go to the start. Ready.
Terwilliger's in our Masters 60 class. Fox is in the Masters 45. Fox opening with a 11.6. Terwilliger with a 11.8. Terwilliger skated a 42.6 yesterday. Fox skated a 41.83. When they come onto the home stretch, it'll be Terwilliger on the outer, Fox on the inner. It's Fox leading the pair onto the home stretch. Fox will post the second fastest time at a 41.85. Terwilliger at the fourth fastest at a 42.43. Fox just 0.2 off his time from yesterday. Terwilliger improves on yesterday's time by about 0.2. Up next is pair number 26. Starting on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Roland ten Klooster. Starting on the outer lane, representing Canada, Ian Dwyer.
Go start. Ready.
Ten Klooster's in the Masters 60 class. Dwyer's in the Masters 45. Dwyer, fastest opener at 11.27. Ten Klooster, 13.45. Dwyer skated a 41.55 yesterday. Ten Klooster skated a 42.71. This is Dwyer on the inner. See if he can reset the top of the leaderboard as he's at the line, posting the third fastest time with a 41.94. This is 10 Klooster on the outer. Ten Klooster will stop the clock at 1 minute point 38. Up next is pair number 27. Starting on the inner lane, representing Canada, Richard Normand. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Azamat Ismailov. Normand opening with 11.41. That's the second fastest. Ismailov, 11.65. Normand's in the Masters 60s class. Ismailov in the Masters 45. Ismailov skated a 41.463 yesterday. Normand skated a 41.462. You don't get much closer of a pairing than that. Here they come. It's Normand leading the way on the outer. At the finish, Normand with the second fastest time at a 41.77. Ismailov with a 42.12. That puts him at 6 through 27 pairs. Up next is pair number 28. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Andrew Love. Starting on the outer lane, representing Germany, Andre Held Engelbrecht. Love's in the Masters 50s class. Held Engelbrecht's the Masters 35. Love, second fastest opener at 11.38. Held Engelbrecht at the opener at 11.83. He's the Masters 35. Love skated a 41.14 yesterday. Held Engelbrecht had a 41.999. This is Love on the outer. Held Engelbrecht on the inner. At the finish, and Love will post the new top time with 41.28. Held Engelbrecht will post the third fastest time with a 41.71, improving on yesterday's result by almost 0.3. Up next, it's pair number 29. Starting on the inner lane, representing Canada, Randy Platt. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Eric van Hoft. Platt in the Masters 60s class. Van Hoft in the Masters 45. Plett opening with the fastest opener, 11.83. Plett skated a 41.8 yesterday. Van Hooft skated a 41.37. It'll be Plett on the outer, Van Hooft on the inner. This is Plett coming up to the finish. He'll stop the clock at 42.4. Van Hooft coming up to the finish now. And he'll stop the clock at 1:76. And we just have 5 pairs remaining for the men's 500 meters. Up next in pair number 30, starting on the inner lane, representing Canada, Sylvain Langlois. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Justin Winker. Winker opening with 11.41. Langlois with 11.56. Langlois in the Masters 50 skated a 41.2 yesterday. Winker in the Masters 30 skated a 41.39. Winker will be on the inner, Langlois on the outer. They're side by side coming onto the home stretch. Langlois posts a new top time with a 41.11, improving on yesterday's time. Winker posting the third fastest time with a 41.4, just 1/100th off of yesterday's time, with just 4 pairs remaining. Up next in pair 31, starting on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Michiel Wienez. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Mark Reiling. Wienez is in the Masters 45 class. Reiling in the Masters 40. Reiling fastest opener at 11.17. Wienez 11.65. Wienez skated a 41.74 yesterday. Reiling had a 40.72. Reiling will be on the inner, Wienez on the outer as they come onto the home stretch. At the finish, Reiling, new top time with a 40.65, half a tenth faster than yesterday. Wienez, 7th fastest time with a 41.72, 2/100ths faster than yesterday. Excellent result for the Dutch pair with just 3 pairs remaining. Up next in pair number 32, starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Dan Carney. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Jeroen Skopink. Carney's in the Masters 55 class. Skopink in the Masters 40 class. Skopink fastest opener 11.01. Carney second fastest at 11.02. Carney skated a 39.88 yesterday. Skopink had a 40.3. We might see our first sub 4,500 of the day. It'll be Carney on the outer, Skopink on the inner as they come onto the home stretch. It's Carney leading the pair down the final straightaway. Coming to the line, Carney stops the clock. New top time, 39.79, a tenth faster than yesterday. Skopink with a 40.22 moves into second and almost a tenth faster than yesterday's time with just two pairs remaining. Up next is the penultimate pair, pair number 33. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Casey Boudier. Starting on the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Bart Seffinga. Boudier's in the Masters 55 class. Seffinga's in the Masters 40. Boudier, fastest opener at 10.98. Seffinga, fourth fastest at 11.06. Boudier skated a 39.07 yesterday. Seffinga had a 39.42. It'll be Boudier on the outer, Seffinga on the inner. Boudier leading down the finishing straight. At the finish, Boudier, new top time, 39.25. Seffinga, third fastest with a 40.04 with just one pair remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final pair of the men's 500 meters, pair number 34. Starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Brian Bullard. Starting on the outer lane, representing the United States, Austin Carlson. Bullard's in the Masters 30, and Carlson is also in the Masters 30 classification. Bullard, fastest opener at 10.26. Carlson, second fastest at 10.63. Bullard skated a 37.94 yesterday. Carlson had a 38.32. Can we see a sub 38 out of our final pair? It'll be Bullard on the outer, Carlson on the inner as they come onto the home stretch. It's Bullard leading the way. Bullard, new top time, 37.79. Carlson, second fastest with a 38.27. Both of them going faster than their time set yesterday as we have a new 1 and 2 on the board unofficially. Can we get one more hand for Brian Bullard and Austin Carlson, ladies and gentlemen, putting on a fantastic performance there in our final pair, and for all the master skaters here this weekend. Just waiting on the official restart time after the resurface break for the 1,000 meter quads. And again, once racing concludes, please remember to turn in your transponders. And don't forget to remind your friends and family that today's event and yesterday's event was live streamed on the Pettit YouTube channel. The links are on the Sportity app. And make sure to check the Sportity app for the updated pairs once they are posted for the 1,000 meters. Racing will resume at 11:25. Racing will resume at 11:25, starting with the women's 1,000 meters.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin the women's 1,000 meter pairings. Pair number 1, starting on the inner, representing Mongolia, is Purevma Magsar. Starting on the outer, representing Mongolia, is Delgarmunk Gordon Cepuran.
Yeah, pair 1 and pair 2, correct?
Well, I did. Oh. I so we just said pair 2 in the quad.
Right.
But for this, I actually did this pair 2 in the quad sheet.
It's confusing. It's like the first one, quad.
Go to the start.
Event 1, and then you can do the quad 2 for the next one.
Ready.
Now underway with pair number 1 of the women's 1,000 meters, the 2025 Masters Sprint Games. Both these skaters are representing Mongolia, and on the outer is Delgarmunk Gordon Cepuran. And she opens up with a time of 27:44. And on the inner is Purevma Magsar, and opens up with a time at 35:32. This is Delgarmunk Gordon Cepuran coming up to 1 lap to go with a split of 43.50, and Delgarmunk is in the 45 division. Here comes Magsar, Puriv Magsar in the 65 division, coming up to 1 to go. And with 1 to go, post a split of 59.02. Now, yesterday, Delgarmunk posted a time of 1:55.19. Here she comes, closing in on the finish. And now the finish with a time of 1:56.64, just outside her time posted yesterday. We have Purevma Magsar out on the track. Yesterday she posted a time of 2:42. Here she comes. Let's cheer her on. Closing in the final event of the day. This is Purevma Magsar. Let's give her a nice round of applause as she finishes with a time of 2:41.51, and that bettered yesterday's time by over a second. Congratulations. Pairs 2 and 3 are coming up. And ready to begin pairs 2 and 3. And pair number 2, starting on the inner out of Mongolia, is Delgar Cepuran Namesray. And represent the United States, starting on the outer, is Melissa Dahlman. And pair number 3, representing Mongolia, is Erden Etuya Nambu. And starting on the outer, representing the United States, Jonah Walters.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start.
This is Melissa Dahlman, opens up with a time of 20.84. And Melissa in the 40 to 44 division. Namesray opens up with a time of 27.41. Here come our skaters in pair number 3. On the inner is Eden Etuya. Nambu opens up with a time of 29.75, and Joanne Walters with a time of 31.26. And Melissa with a split of 31.03 with 1 to go. Namesray with a split of 43.92. This is Melissa Dahlman closing in on the finish. Here she comes. And now the finish with a time of 1:24.60. And 1 to go for Nambu with a split of 47.17. And Walters with a split of 54.38. Here comes Dalgador Seren, Namesray, with the finish and a time of 2:01.18. That is an improvement over yesterday's result by over a second and a half. Congratulations, skaters, on your fine performances this morning. Here comes Erden Etuya Nambu closing in. And now the finish with an improvement over yesterday's time by over 4 seconds with a time of 2:08.71. Here comes Joanne Walters. Closing in. Here she comes with the finish of 2:27.64. All right, let's give a nice round of applause for these skaters as we're ready to begin pairs 4 and 5. All right, ready to begin pairs 4 and 5. Starting on the inner, representing Mongolia, is Alton Setsag, Love Sang El Kangva. And starting on the outer, representing the United States, Gretchen Hauer. In pair number 5, representing Norway, Susan Stensvag. Starting on the outer, representing Canada, Jan Zurcher.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now underway with pairs 4 and 5. As Gretchen Hauer in the 65 age division opens up with a time of 29:11, and Alton Setsag opens up with a time of 29:81, and she is in the 70 to 74 division. All right, here comes Susan Stensvag. Opens up with a time at 29:30, and Jan Zurcher with a time at 27:99. And Susan out of Norway and Jan out of Canada. Here come our skaters in pair number 4. It's the first pair of this quad. And we can see Alton Seg, Love Sang El Kangva, now with the split of 45.57. And Gretchen Hauer with a split of a lap time of 49-19. This is Jan Zurcher on the inner, Susan Stenvag on the outer, with Jan posting a time of 45-28, Stensvag with a lap time of 46-56. And Susan is in the 50-54, and Jan is in the 70-74 division. Here come our skaters closing in on the finish. This is Alton Setsag, Lovsang El Kangva with now the finish and a time of 2:03.09, a 2-second improvement over yesterday's results. And Gretchen Hauer with a time of 2:08.65. And now Jan Zurcher closing in with the finish and a time of 2 minutes and 80.87. And Susan Stensvag with the time of 2:05.25, a 1-second improvement over yesterday's results. Pairs 6 and 7 coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin pair 6 and 7. Pair number 6, starting on the inner, representing Norway, is Ingunn Sandu. And starting on the outer, representing USA, Kate Stewart. Pair number 7, representing the United States, Mary Murphy. Starting on the outer, representing Norway, Trina Lansom.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Pairs 6 and 7 are underway. This is pair number 6. Coming up to the opener with Kate Smith, open up with a time of 24.96. And Ingunn Sandu with a time of 26.63. This is pair number 7. Coming up to the opening 200-meter mark with Mary Murphy open up out of representing the United States on the inner, opens up with a time of 24.10. And skater out of Norway on the outer, Trina Lansom with a 25.71 split. This is our first pair of this quad. This is pair 6. With Kate Smith with a lap time of 40.48 and Ingunn Sandu with a lap time of 44.42. Here comes pair number 7 with Mary Murphy posting a lap time of 38.40 and Lansom with a lap time of 39.58. Pair number 6 is coming up to the finish. And yesterday, Lansom posted a 1:53 and Stewart a 1:48. Here come our skaters closing in. And it's Kate Stewart with a time of 1:49.32. And Sandu with a finish of 1:57.59. Mary Murphy with a finish of 1:43.86, and that is a half-second improvement over yesterday. And Trina Lansom with a finish of 1:45.96, just outside her time posted yesterday. Pairs 8 and 9 coming up. And ready to begin pairs 8 and 9. And pair number 8, representing Germany, Katrine Leschnar. And starting on the outer, representing Canada, Genevieve Provencher. Pair number 9, representing United States, Judith Smuter. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Barb Johnson.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Coming up to the opening 200-meter mark is pair number 8 with Katrina Leshner on the inner and Genevieve Provencher on the outer. With Katrina open with a time of 24:88 and Genevieve with a opener of 23:56. Here comes pair number 9 with Judith Smuter and Barb Johnson. Judith opened up with a time of 23:15 and Barb 23:16. Now, Judith posted a world record in this event yesterday with a time of 1:40.40, and she posted back-to-back world records in the 500-meter one yesterday, and she broke it again today. And now Genevieve Provencher with a lap time of 37:71, and Katrine Leshnar with a lap time of 38:64. Here comes pair number 9 with Judith Smuter with a lap time of 36:57 and Barb 36:35. These two skaters nearly identical times with one lap to go. Here comes pair number 8. Is Genevieve Provencher with the finish and a time of 1:40.95. And Katrine Leshner with a time of 1:44.28. Here comes pair number 9. And with the finish, and is Judith posting a time of 1:37.79, and Barb with a time of 1:37.72. And ladies and gentlemen, unofficially, Judith Smuter broke her world record that she posted yesterday by over 2 seconds. Incredible results. Let's give a nice round of applause to Judith when she comes up into the warm-up lane in front of our crowd. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin pairs 10 and 11. And starting on the inner, representing the United States, Elise Brinich. And starting on the outer, representing Japan, Chiiko Kato. Pair number 11, starting on the inner, representing the United States, Julie Gehring. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Tori Carter.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Now underway with pairs 10 and 11 with Chiiko Kato open up with a time of 22:47 and Elise Brinich with a time of 23:06. These are the skaters in pair number 11 with Julie Gehring on the inner and Tori Carter on the outer, with Julie open up with a time of 23:63 and Tori 22:59. Chiiko Kato now with one lap to go. Lap time of 35:73 and Elise with a lap time of 38:25. And it was Elise posted a finish time yesterday of 1:42 and Chiiko with a time of 1:37. Now Tori Carter with a split of a lap time of 35:13 and Julie 36:49. Here come our skaters. Is Chiiko Kato on the outer, closing in on the finish. Here she comes. And the finish. And better yesterday's time by about a half a second with a time of 1:37.12. Elise also bettered her time from yesterday with a time of 1:42.02. Here. And now Tori with the finish. Tori posting a finish of 1:33.95, also faster than yesterday. And Julie also posted a faster time than yesterday with a time of 1:37.87. Congratulations, skaters, on your fine performances this morning. Ready to begin pairs 12 and 13. And in pair number 12, starting on the inner representing the United States, Leah Pickett Doty. And starting on the outer representing Norway, Rihanna Jepsen. And pair number 13, starting on the inner representing the United States, Henrietta Gouda. And starting on the outer representing the Netherlands, Monique Burama.
Ready? Go to the start. Ready?
Pairs 12 and 13 now underway with Leah Pickett open up with a time of 22:34. Renata with a time of 21:67. Renata out of Norway, Leah out of the United States. And here comes pair number 13. Both skaters out of the Netherlands with Monique Burama open up with a time of 22:45 and Henrietta Gouda 22:54. Here comes pair number 12, or 11, no, 12, with Renata Jepsen posting a lap time of 33:82 and Leah Pickett 35:66. This is pair number 13 coming up to one lap to go. With Monique Burama posting a lap time of 34:25. Henrietta Gouda 35:26. And it's Leah Pickett with the finish and a time of 1:37. And that's also faster than yesterday. Renata Jepsen with a time of 1:32.52. Also faster than yesterday by a half a second. With Henrietta Gouda now with the finish, 1:34.86. That is a second improvement over yesterday. And with Monique Burama posting a time of 1:33.35, just outside her time posted yesterday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin pairs 14 and 15. In pair number 14, starting on the inner representing Japan, Tomoka Wakazuki. And starting on the outer representing the United States, Natalie Rodrigue Hasselbeck. In pair number 15, Starting on the inner, representing the Netherlands, Wendy van der Ham. Starting on the outer, representing Germany, Theresa Schneider.
Ready? Go to the start. Ready?
Pairs 14 and 15 now underway with Tomoko Wakazuki open up with a time of 21:68. Natalie Rodriguez Hasselbeck with a time of 21:64. Here comes pair number 15 with Theresa Schneider out of Germany open up with a time of 20.73. Wendy van der Ham out of the Netherlands, 21:89 opener. Here comes pair number 14 with Natalie posting a lap time of 33:91 and Tomoko with a lap time of 36:03. Here comes pair number 15. It's Theresa Schneider with a lap time of 34:67. Wendy van der Ham with a lap time of 34:83. Here come our skaters. This is Natalie Hasselbeck Rodriguez with a finish of 1:32.16, just outside her time posted yesterday. And Tomoko Wakazuki with a time of 1:37.43. Two more skaters out there. Here they come, closing in with Theresa Schneider and Wendy van der Ham, with Wendy posting a time of 1:33.95, and that is an improvement by about a second and a half over yesterday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin our final quad, pairs 16 and 17. Pair number 16, starting on the inner, representing the Netherlands, Davelaar van Dijk, Linda Davelaar van Dijk. And then starting on the outer, representing the Netherlands, Gerdien Verwij. Pair number 17, starting on the inner, representing Germany, Katrien Zamush. And then starting on the outer, representing the United States, Charisse Wilkins.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
It's Linda Davelaar out of the Netherlands, open up with a time of 21:63. Gerdien Verwij with a time of 21:84. Here comes pair number 17 with Katrien Zamush, open up with a time of 20.71. That's the fastest opener, with Charisse Wilkins, third fastest opener, 20.89. And now coming up to one to go, Linda Davelaar with a split of 32.63. Gerdien Verwij with a split of 33.27. And now this is pair number 17 with Katrine Zamush, 32.76. Charisse, 32.83. Here comes pair number 16, the first pair in this quad. And it's Linda Davila Van Dyke with the finish and a time of 1:28.53, a half-second improvement over yesterday, with Gerdine Verva with a time of 1:31.43. Now here comes Katrine Zamush with the finish and a time of 1:28.76, just a quarter of a second outside yesterday's time. And Charisse Wilkins, what an improvement, almost over 2 seconds with a time of 1:29.59. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, if we could, the women have just finished, and if we could, give them all a nice round of applause for their fine performances this morning. They were very inspirational and exceptional. There's no other word other than exceptional for these performances.
Skaters, as a reminder, please turn in your transponders. There is a bin at center ice on the infield to turn in your transponders. For those of you that have finished competing for the day, please turn in your transponders. There is a bin and a sign at center ice before you go down the stairs into the tunnel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin the 1,000 meter pairings. Pair number one skated as a single with David Vogel representing the United States starting on the inner. And pair number two representing the United States is Joe Kranick. And on the outer, representing Canada, Brett Arneson.
Go to the start. All the way up to the line. There is no first pair. You just have a second pair. Ready.
All right, underway with, this is pair number two. And representing the United States, open up on the inner is Joe Kranick. And on the outer, representing Canada, Brett Arneson. This is Joe Kranick, longtime skater here at the Pettit National Ice Center. Now coming up to one lap to go with a lap time of 37:57. Here comes Brett Arneson, representing Canada, coming up to Joe now rounding corner number 4, just 50 meters to go. Here it comes, closing in. This is it for Joe, closing in on the final event, and the finish of 1:42.15. All right, let's give a nice round of applause for Brett Arneson. Here he comes. Brett in the 75 to 79 division, closing in. Here he comes. What an inspiration. All right, with the finish and a time of 2:06.40.25. All right, pairs 3 and 4 coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin pairs 3 and 4. Pair number 3, starting on the inner, representing Japan, Takashi Takeuchi. Starting on the outer, representing Japan, Sumio Nishio. Starting pair number 4, starting on the inner, representing Japan, Hideo Suzawa. Starting on the outer, representing Mongolia, Kadban Biberle.
Ready.
Now underway with pairs 3 and 4, and pair number 4 will be skated as a single. Now what is amazing about this event, ladies and gentlemen, is every skater is over 80, and this is so inspirational. It's unbelievable. It gives me goosebumps to see this. Here comes Hideo Suzawa coming up to 2 laps to go, where he opens up with a time of 31:75. From our skaters and the first pair of this quad. Coming up to 1 to go. With Takeuchi with a split of 59.94 and Sumio Nishio with a split of 1 minute 01. And now here comes Hideo Suzawa out of Japan with a lap time of 52.68. Here come our skaters. Skaters now entering corner number 3. They are coming up to the finish. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these skaters a nice round of applause. Both these skaters over 80 now, putting on one heck of a performance. I would challenge them to any teenager in this building, with Sumio Nishio posting a time of 2:41.10. And that is a massive improvement over yesterday by 4 seconds. And Takeuchi also a 4-second improvement over yesterday. Hideo Suzawa with a time of 2:22.67. And ready to begin pairs 5 and 6. And representing and starting in pair number 5, starting on the inner representing Japan is Tsuneyuki Tominari. Starting on the outer representing Japan is Kazuyo Momoso. Pair number 6, starting on the inner representing the United States, Gary Groen. And starting on the outer representing Mongolia, Jalba Buji.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right, we are now underway with pairs 5 and 6. With Tsuneyuki and open up with a time at 31:44, and he is the 75-74. Kazuyo Momose is in the 80-plus division, opens up with a time at 27:52. Now Gary Groen in the 75-79, 27:84. And Jalba Buji in the 80 plus category opens up with a time of 28:33. Come on, skaters. Look at this performance. It's quite good skating. Look at this. Coming up to 1 to go. It's Kazuo Momose with a split of 45-57. And Suni Yuki with a split of 51-78. Here comes the second half of this quad with Bougie posting at 45-12 and Grown 47-37. All right, these are some fantastic performances, ladies and gentlemen. We need to really give these skaters our love and appreciation for their performances. And here comes Kazuo Momose out of Japan with the finish and a time of 2:02.19, a 2-second improvement over yesterday. And here comes Tsuneyuki Tominare coming up to the finish. And the finish with a time of 2:17.80. Gary Grown now with the finish and a 6-second improvement over yesterday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin. Pairs 7 and 8. Pair number 7, representing the Netherlands, is Toon van Helden. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Mark Nolan. Pair number 8, representing Japan, Shigeru Ikeda. Starting on the outer, representing Japan, Tomatsu Misawa.
To the start.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, pairs 7 and 8 are now underway. I have a special announcement to make. All right, listen to this. We had 2 world records set today. I already announced one. It was Judith Smuter in the ladies 75 with a finish of 137.77. This is a new announcement. Barb Johnson out of the United States posted a world record in the 70 to 74, 1,000 meters with a time of 137.71. Let's give a nice round for these skaters as we are underway with pairs 7 and 8. And that's longtime referee Mark Nolan on the inner, coming up to 1 lap to go with a split of 41.18. Van den Helden with a split of 44.59. And now here comes skater out of Japan, Misawa with a lap time of 39.88, and Ikeda with a lap time of 43.02. Here comes Mark. Mark had a time of 1:52 yesterday. Let's see what this ends up to be. And there it is, a 1:52.79, just outside time posted yesterday, with Van Helden posting a time of 1:56.12. Here comes skaters out of Japan, closing in with Misawa posting a time of 1:48, and that is 1:48.42, and that is an improvement over yesterday with Ikeda with a time of 2:02.25. And now ready to begin pairs 9 and 10. Pair number 9, representing the United States. Starting on the inner is Paul Podea. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Bob Dvorak. Pair number 10, representing Japan, Tashadi Kondo. Starting on the outer, representing the United States, Daniel Green.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
This is pair number 9 with Bob Dvorak open up on the outer with time of 25.21 and Paul 27.21. And now Kondo opens up with a time of 25.19 and Green with a time of 24.39. It's Paul Podea. He's in the 65 to 69 category. Bob Dvorak and Tadashi Kondo both in the 70 to 74, and Dan Green 60 to 64. And now with one lap to go, it's Paul with a lap time of 42.56. Dvorak 40.67. Here comes Dan Green on the inner. Kondo on the outer. With Green posting a 39.92 and Kondo with a 41.73. Here comes Bob Dvorak. Bob with the finish and a time of 1:48.03. Paul with a time of 1:55.43. That is a second and a half improvement over yesterday. And here comes Kondo, skater out of Japan, with a time of 1:52.81, and that is an improvement over yesterday. Green with a time of 1:44. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Jeff Brand. I am concluding my announcing for today, and it's been my true pleasure announcing this up to this point. I'm gonna turn it over to the very capable hands of Gordon Cepuran.
Thank you, Jeff. Up next is pairs 11 and 12 in our next quad. In pair number 11, Starting on the inner lane, representing Norway, Frode Nordahl. Starting on the outer lane, representing Germany, Frank Gunter. In pair number 12, representing the Netherlands, on the inner lane, Bauke Meyer. In the outer lane, representing Mongolia, Dongwadorj Jimadorj.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Gunter's opening split 23.44. Nordahl 25.46. Gunter's in our Masters 60 class. Nordahl's in our Masters 45. Mayer's in our Masters 75 class. Jimadorj is in our Masters 60. Mayer opening with a 24.84. Jimadorj with a 24.17. Coming up to 1 lap to go for Gunter. Split of 37.73. Nordahl split 38.92. Gunter skated a 1 minute 41.49 yesterday. Nordahl had a 1:45.49. Here comes pair number 12 up to 1 lap to go. Jimadorj 38.28. Mayer 40.66. Jimadorj skated a 1 minute 43.74 yesterday. Mayer had a 1:46.54. Here comes Gunter to the finish. And he'll improve upon his time from yesterday, posting the fastest time so far with a 1:41.11. Nordahl just off the pace from yesterday with a 1:45.62, puts him to 4th on the board through 11 pairs. Here comes pair number 12. This is Jimadorj at the finish with the second fastest time at a 1:41.37, 2 seconds faster than yesterday. And Mayer posting a time of 1:46.42, over a 10th faster than yesterday. That places him to 6 on the board through 12 pairs. Up next are pairs 13 and 14, starting in pair number 13 on the inner lane, representing the United States, Vince Morris. In the outer lane, representing Canada, Lorenz Magloire. In pair number 14, representing the Netherlands on the inner lane, Erwin Henskes. Representing the Netherlands in the outer lane, Roland ten Klooster. Magloire opening with a 23.67. Morris 25.16. Magloire's in our Masters 60 classification. Morris in the Masters 75. Here comes pair number 14. Henskes in our Masters 65. ten Klooster in our Masters 60. Henskes with a 24.05. ten Klooster with a 25.23. Morris skated a 142.01 yesterday. Magloire skated a 136.27. Here they come up to 1 lap to go. Magloire, 35.39. Morris, 37.21. Henske skated a 137.6 yesterday. Ten Klooster skated a 123.13. There's the bell for pair number 14. Henskes, 36.14. Ten Klooster, 35.12. Here comes pair number 13. It's Magloire on the outer, Morris on the inner at the finish. Magloire with a new top time of 136.41, 2-second improvement on yesterday's time. Morris also with a 2-second improvement with the second fastest time at a 140.12. Here comes pair number 14. Ten Klooster, second fastest time with a 136.44. Henskes, third fastest time with a 136.68. Henskes going a second faster than yesterday's time. Up next, we have pairs 15 and 16. Starting in pair 16 on the inner lane, representing Japan, Tsuyoshi Murayama. On the outer lane, representing Norway, Per Gunnar Stensvag. In pair number 16, representing the United States on the inner lane, Kevin Featherstone. On the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Eric van Hooft. Opening split for Murayama, 22.48. Stensvag, 22.66. Murayama in our Master 65 and Stensvag also in our Master 65 classification. Featherstone split 21.32. He's in our Masters 40 class. Van Hooft opening split 27.47. He's in our Masters 45. Murayama skated a 135.35 yesterday. His split 35.08. Stensvag 34.88. He skated a 135.27 yesterday. Here comes Featherstone up to 1 lap to go. His split 34.15. He skated a 133.31 yesterday. Van Hooft skated a 122.78 in yesterday's 1,000. His split. This is pair number 15 coming up to the finish. It's dead sprint here at the line. Stensvag posts second fastest time at a 134.67. We'll have to wait for secondary timing on Murayama. Here comes Featherstone to the line, posting the second fastest time at a 132.23. He'll improve by over a second on yesterday's time. Stensvag improved by over a half a second, and here comes Van Hooft to the line, posting a 147.79. Up next, we have pairs 17 and 18. In pair 17, starting on the inner, representing Mongolia, we have Bazarsad Batsuri. On the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Kees Langeveld. In pair number 18, on the inner lane, representing the United States, Joshua Creeder. On the outer lane, representing the United States, Bruce Anderson.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Batsuri's opening split 21.34. Langeveld 23.15. Batsuri's in our Masters 35. Langeveld in our Masters 65. Creeder's fastest opener 21.09. Anderson fourth fastest at 22.26. Creeder's in our Masters 35. Anderson is in our Masters 60. Batsuri skated a 132.16 yesterday. Langeveld skated a 131.52. Batsuri 35.64 split. Langeveld 35.20. Creeder skated a 128.44 yesterday. Anderson had a 131.56. Creeder split 33.26. Anderson 34.04. Has Creeder and Anderson on pace to move to the top of the leaderboard. This is pair number 17 coming onto the home stretch side by side. It's a dead heat for the line as they dig for it, and Langeveld by a nose, 133.21 moves into third. Batsuri with a 133.32 in fourth. Creeder with a 128.74 moves into second. Anderson, 131.19 moves into third. Anderson improving on his time by yesterday. That will bring up pairs 19 and 20. In pair number 19, starting on the inner lane, representing Canada, Kunio Suyohara. In the outer lane, representing Mongolia, Sansar Billig Bold. In pair number 20, from Canada, Alan Youat. In the outer lane, representing the United States, Martin Hera.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Murayama, opening split 21.03, Bold 22.1. Youat's opening split 20.36, Hera 21.98. Murayama in our Master 65, along with, excuse me, folks, Suyahara in our Masters 45, along with Bold in our Masters 45. Suyahara 33.08, Bold 33.76. Youat 32.61. Hera, 32.6. Suyuhara skated a 130.51 yesterday. Bold skated a 131.6. Uat skated a 129.46. Hera had a 129.25. Suyuhara, a 128.97, moves him into third on the board. Bold with a 133.95. Suyuhara going 2 seconds faster than yesterday. Uat moves into third with a 128.47. Hera moves into second with a 128.07. Over a second faster for Martin Hera. Up next are pairs 23, 21 and 22. In pair 21, starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Matt Trimble. In the outer lane, representing Japan, Takafumi Osami. In pair number 22, representing Mongolia, in the inner lane, Munkdorj Guntumur. In the outer lane, representing the United States, Paul Good.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start.
Osami's opening split 20.46, Trimble 20.88. Trimble in the Masters 60s class, Osami in the Masters 50. Guntumer 20.38, Good 20.72. Trimble's in the Masters 60, Osami in the Master 50. Guntumer in the Masters 30, Good in the Masters 45. Trimble, 31.53. Osami, 33.19. Trimble skated a 127.26 yesterday. Osami skated a 133.9. Good, 32.03. Guntumer, 33.04. Good skated a 128.23 yesterday. Guntumer skated a 130.27. Here comes Trimble at the finish, posting the second fastest time at a 125.89. Osami, a 131.75. 2 second improvement for Osami. Second and a half for Trimble. Good across the line with the third fastest time with a 127.68, half second improvement. Guntumer with a 129.79, half second improvement as well. Up next, we have pairs 23 and 24. In pair number 23, starting on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Victor Vandenhoff. In the outer lane, representing Canada, Bob Irvine. In pair number 24, starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Jeff Terwilliger. In the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Art van Hoezekam.
Start. Ready. Go to the start.
Vandenhoff, 20.98. Irvine, 20.95. Irvine and Vandenhoff are in the Masters 70 classification. Terwilliger opening, 20.05. Van Boozekom, 21.53. Van Boozekom's in the Masters 55. Terwilliger in the Masters 60. 1 lap to go. Vandenhoff, 31.62. Irvine, 32.65. Irvine had a 128.44 yesterday. Vandenhoff had a 126.61. 1 lap to go for Terwilliger, 31.18. Van Boozekom, 33.18. Terwilliger had a 124.49. Van Boozekom had a 127.79. Here comes pair 23 to the finish. Vandenhoff, second fastest time with a 125.68. That's a second improvement on yesterday. Irvine, a 128.67. Just 0.2 off of yesterday's time. Here comes Terwilliger to the finish. We'll post a new top time with a 124.27. 0.2 improvement from yesterday. Van Boozekom with a 129.36. Up next, we have pairs 25 and 26. In pair number 25, starting on the inner lane representing the United States, Markievis Humphrey. In the outer lane representing the Netherlands, Herben heading up. In pair number 26, on the inner lane representing Canada, Richard Normand. On the outer lane representing the Netherlands, Harry Paradise.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Humphrey, 19.68. Heading up, 21.17. Humphreys in our Masters 35. Heading us in our Masters 55. Humphrey skated a 129.56. Heading had a 124.18 yesterday. Normand, 19.82. Paradise, 20.21. Normand in our Masters 60 class. Paradise in our Masters 45. There's the bell, 1 lap to go for Humphrey and Headinga. Humphrey, 31.37. Headinga, 31.27. Normand skated a 126.56 yesterday. Paradise had a 130.42. Normand, 30.95. Paradise, 30.56 with 1 lap to go. This is pair 25 coming up to the finish. It's Humphrey at the line. He'll set the new top time with a 123.88. Huge improvement over yesterday by over 5 seconds. Heading up, 124.86. Paradise, new top time, 123.33. 7-second improvement on yesterday. Normand, 123.84 goes into second place with a 1.5 improvement on yesterday. As a reminder, skaters, after you are finished with your 1,000 meters, please return your transponders at center ice by the stairwell to go back into the tunnel. Up next, we have pairs 27 and 28. In pair 27, starting on the inner lane, representing Canada, Grant Fox. On the outer lane, representing Canada, Randy Platt. In pair number 28. On the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Azamat Ismailov. On the outer lane, representing Canada, Ian Dwyer.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Fox opening at 20.12, Platt 20.04. Platt in the Masters 60s class, Fox in the Masters 45. Fox skated a 124.47 yesterday. Platt had a 122.87. Ismailov a 19.93. Dwyer 19.65. Dwyer and Ismailov in our Masters 45 classification. Platt 30.51. Fox 30.61. Ismailov skated a 123.06 yesterday. Dwyer had a 122.93. Ismailov 30.82. Dwyer 30.44. Platt at the finish with a 122.77 new top time. Fox finishing with the fifth fastest with a 123.98. Here comes pair 28 to the finish. Dwyer with a 123.33. Ismailov with a 123.35. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have another world record in the men's 1,000 meters Master 70 classification. Victor Vandenhoff set a new world record with a time of 125.68. Again, Victor Vandenhoff, new Master 70 world record with a time of 125.68 skated here today at the Pettit National Ice Center. Congratulations, Victor. Up next, we have pairs 29 and 30. In pair number 29, starting on the inner lane, representing Canada, Sylvain Langlois. On the outer lane, representing the United States, Andrew Love. In pair number 30, starting on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Justin Winker. In the outer lane, representing Germany, Andre Held Engelbrecht. Langlois, 19.36, fastest opener so far. Love, second fastest at 19.53. Love in our Master 50 class, along with Langlois, also in the Master 50 class. Winker, 19.26, now the new fastest opener. Held Engelbrecht with a 19.73. Winker in the Master 30 class. Held Engelbrecht in the Master 35. Langlois, 29.88. Love, 30.17. Langlois had a 122.35 yesterday. Love had a 124.21. Here comes Winker and Held Engelbrecht. Winker, 30.19. Held Engelbrecht, 30.03. Winker had a 121.28 yesterday. Held Engelbrecht had a 121.55. Here comes Langlois at the finish with the new top time of a 121.84. Half-second improvement on yesterday. Love posting a 124.5. Here comes pair 30 to the line. Held Engelbrecht will post the second fastest time at a 121.86. Winker will post the third fastest time with a 122.58. Just 2 quads remaining. Up next is pair 31 and 32. In pair number 31, starting on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Mark Reiling. In the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Michiel Wienez. In pair number 32, starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Dan Carney. In the outer lane, representing the Netherlands, Jeroen Skopink.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Reiling with the fastest opener at 19.14. Wienez, 19.57. Reiling's in the Master 40 class. Wienez, the Master 45. Carney's opener, fastest now at 18.74. Skopink, second fastest at 18.83. Carney in the Master 55 class. Skopink in the Master 40. Reiling skated a 120.69 yesterday. Wienez had a 119.93. Reiling 20.8 with 1 lap to go. Wienez 29.74. Carney skated a 119.96 yesterday. Skopink had a 119.11. Carney running fastest right now with a 29.01. Skopink second fastest with a 29.09. Here comes pair 31 up to the finish. Reiling will take the pair. He'll set the new top time at 120.48. That's 0.2 faster than yesterday. Wienez will post a 121 flat. Here comes pair number 32. Let's see if they'll unseat Reiling, and they will. Carney with the new top time of a 119.14. Almost a second faster than yesterday. Skopink with the second fastest time with a 119.5. So Carney sets the time to beat with 1 quad remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, our final 2 pairs, pairs 33 and 34. In pair number 33, starting on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands, Bart Seffinga. Starting on the outer lane, representing the United States, Brian Bullard. In pair number 34, starting on the inner lane, representing the United States, Casey Boudier. In the outer lane, representing the United States, Austin Carlson.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Seffing split 18.86, Bullard 18.05. Bullard's in our Master 30 class, Seffinga's in the Master 40 class. Bullard skated a 117.71 yesterday. Seffinga had a 118.71. Carlson with the fastest opener at an 18.02. Boudier at an 18.96. Carlson's in our Master 30 class. Boudier in the Master 55. Bullard running fastest with a 27.79 at the bell. Seffinga 28.9. Here comes our final pair, up to 1 lap to go. Carlson, 28 flat. Boudier, 28.81. Boudier had a 117.21 yesterday. Carlson had a 115.37. Here comes Bullard to the line. We'll post a new top time with a 116.49. Seffinga, second fastest with a 118.89. Bullard over a second faster than yesterday. Here comes Carlson. And he'll post the fastest time with a 116.23. Boudier with a 118.05. That moves him to third. Oh, Bullard with a second faster unofficial finish, second in the second round of the men's 1,000 meters. Boudier will finish in third, and Carlson unofficially with the top time of 116.23, putting the Dutchman Bart Seffinga as fourth place overall. Skaters, as a reminder, please remember to return your transponders to the bin near the stairwell at center ice before heading out of the tunnel. Just like to say congratulations to all the competitors this weekend for some great racing, great times, handful of world records posted. It was wonderful to have you out here for this event. A thank you to all of the officials and volunteers for making this event possible. I'd like to say thank you to Quentin Foyer for running the stream broadcast for us. Also like to say thank you to U.S. Speed Skating's Matt Corman and Steve Fisher for helping with some equipment for the broadcast, along with SpeedyCast for loaning some equipment. We thank you all for joining us here at the Pettit National Ice Center this weekend. It was a fantastic event, and we all wish you safe travels back home. And congratulations to all of you for a great weekend of racing here. We hope to maybe see you again sometime in the future for another one of these events.